Good evening, gamers. I messed up. I hit the cut button. And I thought that was going to allow me to change the transition, not to enact the transition. Welcome on in, gamers. It's a Friday. We've made it once more. It's the end of the week. At least beginning of the end, or the end of the end for me. I hope we're doing all right. I helped move a laundry dryer this afternoon. That is why we are at the restaurant tonight, because I haven't had dinner. And that is what I will be doing after, what, 15 minutes? I think that's how long I need to leave it in the oven for, 15 minutes. And I've got to put some stuff in the microwave. And then we'll be chomping down. It was so 8:20 on the clock down on the left. That is when I will be ducking out to get the food. Do we not have... Well, while we're doing here, I will try and fix this up as well. Because we need some restaurant ambience. Today was really quite weird for me. I was very, I guess, spaced. What am I looking for? I just felt really spaced out today. You know, that kind of day where you just feel like you're almost floating, I guess? Didn't feel it. It didn't help that I was on my own. So maybe a little bit undirected, I guess, as a result. What is this like? Let's just copy that URL and we'll download it. But it was, I mean, it's a nicer way to finish the week. And I had to do timesheets as well today because it's the end of the month. And that is never enjoyable, let me tell you. Doing timesheets is rough. Why is low quality a larger MP3 than high quality? Doesn't make any sense. I am excited about tonight, though, because the Hyundai Kona is turning up in Mexico. I'm a big fan of the Hyundai N series. The Hyundai Kona N, I should say specifically. I'm a big fan of the good work that the N division over at Hyundai does. Partly because I own a Hyundai. Not an N by any stretch of the imagination. But I do like that there are other cars that are good. Welcome in, Inadequate. Hope you're doing well. Hope the Friday morning is treating you nicely. Just downloading some restaurant ambience to go in the background here. Because it's quiet when I don't speak, because there's nothing in the background. I could also put music on, I guess. That could be a sensible thing to do. That's probably why I haven't done it yet. I've also realized that I'm going to be not streaming for much of next week, yeah. I've probably got something on Wednesday, and I've definitely got something on Friday and Saturday. So your boy is going to be out of the office quite a bit. Why is my internet being so not crash hot? We are going to make our way to the car eventually. But I need to get some food. We both know there's plenty of arguably better streamers around the place that you can entertain yourself with. Whole mess of streamers. Now that shouldn't be too loud though. I will turn it down just a little bit. Maybe put a little bit of an echo on. Bit fancy. Let's just move that down first. Way down. Audio and video filters. PST plugin. Let's get a little bit of kind of echo, I guess, just a hint. Turn on the monitor. Oh, thank you, Sergeant. I was wondering who popped up. I couldn't see it. I just want to add like a little bit of a realistic echo. I think that's what I want to do. Maybe I don't. It'll do, that's fine. I'll just turn it down a bit. There we go. Lovely. It's just you and I, chat, here in the restaurant, waiting for my potato gems to cook in the oven, so I can then go out and cook a chicken chipotle bowl that I picked up from the supermarket. And probably some vegetables, so I can make my mum proud. And, you know, not affect my bowels any more than they already have been. You know, the simple things in life. I have definitely had a rough week this week. I've just felt overwhelmed, I think. There's just a lot. It feels like there's a lot going on. Which has not been fun. I don't think there's been a lot going on. I think it's more just like my impression of that, but it is definitely like, oh, just overwhelming. Then again, I do get overwhelmed quite easily, so not helpful. Oh, I've got to sneeze now. Oh, I've only nearly turned off the stream trying to mute it, so I just gave up instead of trying to find it while I was sneezing. I didn't start this fundraiser. Okay, that checks out. If you are online, you will have known that there was a strike for Palestine last week. I think I don't think it was the week before. I think it was last week, and I was meant to kind of partake in that by running a charity thing, but I didn't run the charity thing, and I wasn't sure why. And it's because I hadn't started it. Apparently, you have to select a charity and then say, yes, I do actually want to select this charity, and then just kind of look at it at a different spot on my dashboard. Welcome on in, Miss Yeen. Pull up a chair, make yourself comfortable while we wait for my dinner to cook. How have you been? It's been a while, I feel like. It's good to see you again. We're just hanging out in this lovely restaurant here, you and I, chatting your boy. Just vibing while I wait for my potato gems to cook. There's something else I was going to say. I can't remember what it was. Hell yeah, Mr. Lean. I love that for you. That is so cool. I love that you're like, you know, kicking goals, I guess. You're moving, you're streaming. Great, great, great. Sounds like it's been a good start to the year. Or at least I hope it has. I hope the move hasn't been too stressful. My brother had to move, as some of you will be aware, at the beginning of this year, and that was a bit of a stressful undertaking for him, because he had to get out by, I think, like the 19th. But they wanted to move the week before that, so they could then clean and stuff like that while their house was empty. But it wasn't quite... They weren't quite sure where they were going to end up until like a week before they moved, and they moved on the 13th or the 12th. Countryside, nice. There's definitely some nice... Like, I'm probably much more of a city slicker than I would like to admit. I think I prefer the mod cons, the convenience of being in the city and all that brings. But there's definitely something to be said about the just the peace and quiet of the country life. Just being able to like not hear anything if you're in the right spot, or just the wind in the trees and stuff like that. Wide open spaces. I've got a friend through church who came from deep in the middle of New South Wales, over near Griffith. And yeah, I feel like he's gotten a bit better because he's been here for quite a while now, probably 7 years or so. But yeah, there was a while there that he was just chomping at the bit, trying to get back to the country, to move there and, you know, live. He was trained as a teacher though, so he could definitely have done it, or could still do it, I guess, if he wants to. But I don't know what his fiance wants to do now. If she's the same persuasion, or if she wants to stay around. Thank you very much. I do enjoy visiting the country, but I don't think it's something I could like live in. Oh, that's the oven alarm. I will return. I'll leave you with this nice ambience. Oh, hold on. I'll get some music before we go. Or part ways. These are... What is the finest DMCA free music that you have? No, not Run DMCA. No, not Run DMC. Which lo-fi beats? Well, we are on Twitch. That might qualify. Okay. Do you miss it in Inuit? Do you miss the country? I didn't want to turn it off. I just wanted to turn it down. I think I'd miss the fact that, certainly where I am currently, basically everything that I want or even need is within walking distance of where I am. And that's obviously not going to be the same for everyone, and certainly not in every city, but definitely a bonus of the city that's not quite as common in the country. Definitely not when you're in the country. The wilderness. Okay. That's sounding very country.
So don't forget you are loved.
That was actually a thing I was thinking about the other day. Maybe it was today. I can't remember. The kind of traveling to for Christmas or whatever, at least in my experience, is not really something that happens too much in Australia. I feel like there's not as much movement, at least in my world. It's not as common for people to move cities or whatever and then have to come back for Christmas or whatever. Hold on, the microwave just went off. We're getting there. Just nuking the vegetables now, and then we'll be off to the races. I am conscious of the fact that it might just be what I was saying previously about how I feel like in Australia there's not as much movement of families, particularly around holiday times, but I guess in general, which then causes the movement around holiday times. That might just be because I'm a city slicker. I don't quite live within 5 miles of where I was born, but I definitely live in the same city. And on the same side of that city too, for that matter. Welcome on in, Wolf. Yeah, I've got to nuke my vegetables. I'm not going to eat them frozen, Wolf. I'm not a savage. How are you? How'd the week treat you? Well, I hope? Sore? Oh, because you do the kayaking, canoeing today? Am I right in remembering that? Damn, that's a lot of canoeing. Well done, you. That would have taken a lot of work. Yeah, right? I can't even imagine canoeing that far. Alright, we're finally done. I'm gonna get everything and I'll come back for the final time. Alright, gamers. I'm back. And I have my dinner. What do you mean one arm? Did she literally only have one arm? I mean, that's pretty heroic if that's the case. Did she... When you say, plus the person I was with, like, one arm. So did she just prefer one arm? Or did she just, like, only have a single arm? Not terrible. Definitely a frozen meal, though. That's pretty poor form on her part, I mean, to, like, not offer to swap. Just to, like, you know, just share the load, as it were. Are you going to be with her again for your 20Ks at the same team? Or you get assigned new canoe buddies? Okay. Well, that's good. Hopefully you get someone who's a bit more open to kind of splitting time on each side. I mean, the most I did was hiking at school. I never really did any canoeing. And again, I didn't do the stuff that you're doing either, so that's different. So do you have to do canoeing? Did you choose to do canoeing, or yeah, it's canoeing, right? Not kayak. Please do. Because I'm kind of eating. I am eating. There's no kind of about it. So most of the stuff I did was hiking. We never really would, like, we did canoeing for camps or whatever. Fox doing munch. Fox is doing a munch. So because of the noise cancelling that I have on, this is not turning into a mukbang, for better or worse. Canoeing is a core unit. Ah. I was wondering about that. I was wondering if you could, I guess, specialize in like more canoeing stuff, or if you wanted to go more land stuff, like you could focus on like mountain biking or on hiking or on, I don't know, other things. That. I see. I have inadvertently collected a lot of carbs on my plate. I'm not sure how I feel about that. That makes sense, because I've never actually heard of a Cert 2 until now. You're a wizard. That is a pretty good undertaking, like, to be a wizard. I think there's a lot of employment prospects. Like, I know it's not all about employment prospects, but I think there are a lot of employment prospects in that. Being a wizard. It's not talked about much, but it is a sought-after career. Yeah, I mean, I would too, inadequate. It's always good to know a wizard, right? It's like knowing a lawyer or an accountant or like a plumber or an electrician. It's always good to know, like, have a friend or know someone who's in those kind of roles. And I think it's the same for a wizard. Like, if you ever need something enchanted, you can just get Wolf on the Horn. Hey, bud, I need you to come down and enchant something for me real quick. Think carefully. Does this work on here? It does, but I just need to move you guys underneath it. Better. Maybe Many of 3. Wolf, that's number 3. Yeah, forget about any kobolds in your attic. Hi, I'm Wolf. You've got kobolds in your attic? Forget about it. Is that the house that you wanted? Grumble Snap. That's a good house. House Grumble Snap. I remember, like, I feel like probably many of us have. Oh, then again, it might be a millennial thing, so maybe neither of you have. Well, then again, I feel inadequate. You're probably a millennial. I did the Harry Potter house test not long ago. And I got Gryffindor, which I thought was quite unexpected. I fully expected to be in like Hagrid's maid. Hell yeah. So the only problem is, I think this is before Hagrid's time, isn't it? Like set in the early 1900s or something, isn't it? There was so much rice in this. They clearly just bulked it out with rice. You are Hagrid. Oh, okay, well, fair enough. Carry on. A Hufflepuff. I was definitely expecting to be one of the lesser houses, for lack of a better term, Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. I was quite confused when I wasn't, and I was a Gryffindor, because I wouldn't exactly consider myself to be brave or anything like that. You know, qualities that you kind of assume to be part of the Gryffindor ethos or mythos. I feel like there's also a little bit of a, what's the word? Like, it's looked down to be Gryffindor. It's a bit of a basic move. Even though it's not necessary, excuse me, it's not necessarily your choice, even if you are answering the questions. In theory, you're answering them correctly. So the reason you were put into Hogwarts is just because into Gryffindor is just because that's what you answered with. I mean, you know, what is it? In your lane, moisturized, thriving. That's Hufflepuff right there, right? And like all the two main ones, you know, Slytherin and Gryffindor, getting in everyone's way and trying to be the hero or trying to be the villain. No, Hufflepuff's just there, hanging out, just vibing in the background. You just gotta, I guess you gotta answer with what you've been given as an option. Which is the least worst option out of the ones you were given. I don't know if I've mentioned it on the stream before. But I do think that the kind of world of Hogwarts and Harry Potter is a little bit underutilized. Like, I would find it incredibly interesting to have a look at like the Cold War period for Hogwarts. Or more specifically, like a Cold War gone hot. Like, what are Soviet wizards like? Do wizards even understand the concept of nuclear warfare and nuclear bombs? And yes, Wolf is too unique for this kind of to be keyholed. That's the word. Pigeonholed. Be pigeonholed by J.K. Rowling in her 4 houses. I think so. But I don't think it needs to necessarily do that. Like, I think you can... I think it's like Star Wars, where I don't necessarily like Star Wars, like, straight out. Morning, Shadow. Hope you're doing well. How's the leg? We're just talking about Harry Potter while I eat dinner in this lovely restaurant with chat. Like... with Star Wars, I quite like the bones, like the general idea of it. But if for whatever reason I was given the helm of like a TV series or something, I would do it differently. I would try and do like my own spin on things. And I think it would be interesting to do that with the Harry Potter world. You had a metal frame. Wow, okay. That's pretty wild. At least you've upgraded to a regular cast. I imagine that would be a bit better. But I think of it more like a, what's the word? More like a comic book where you can do kind of crazy things with Batman, right? And it's not a world-ending issue if you do. People are used to the idea that in one issue, Batman can be the son of Thor or whatever, and then in the next, he's not. I think there needs to be a bit more... I think that the studios like Warner Brothers and Disney just need to kind of loosen the leash a bit. Not everything has to be canon. You can just let, you know, Star Wars people, Harry Potter people, whoever, just kind of jazz a bit, you know, and see what happens. Go a bit wild. I'm lucky that I've never actually broken a bone. So I've never actually had to have a cast proper. The closest I've had is I fractured my small finger in year 7. But I can imagine that it would not be fun. Yeah, I was gonna... Oh, I'll be honest, I was not going to bring it up. That whole topic of itching. Because I didn't want to cause itching that you then couldn't address. So I thought I'll just leave that in my mind and we'll address that with Shadow later. It is an inevitability, but I feel like it's like those things where it's like, now you're manually breathing. Now that you realize there's a nose in your vision kind of thing. And it's like, well, thanks. I didn't necessarily want that. And it's not going to kill me, but it's sure is annoying. We've got to take care of our invalids in the community. How much longer, well, how long do you have to have the cast on for? I guess is probably a better way to phrase it. Okay. Are you a little bit more mobile having the cast on as opposed to the metal frame? I mean, I imagine it's much of a muchness, but... Howdy, Wrench. Welcome on in. I'm just going to put away my dinner, and then we'll jump into Horizon. I will return momentarily. Don't get us kicked out of the restaurant. Ah, the mic's off. Thank you, Wrench. That's not good at all. Shadow? That's not good at all. Thank you for catching that. I'm terrible at doing that. I did get the bill. Thank you, though. I got that when I was out in the first time.
Press X for accessibility.
I'll just press enter to start. Thank you. I am quite excited about the Hyundai Kona, though. That is definitely a car up my alley. Yeah, so I've never actually played Solitaire. Out of the Windows XP default installed games, as a high-class individual, my preferred was Pinball. That was the go-to. All of my yips and yaps. What would a yap sound like, actually? Because a yip is kind of like whatever that word is, where it's like when a word sounds like what it sounds like, right? You know, you remember from like primary or elementary school when a word sounds like what it's meant to sound like? Onomatopoeia, is that it? Something like that. I reckon the Hyundais I will be breaking out sometimes. I think the i30 probably more than the Kona N. Particularly if there's a nicer what's the word? Nicer thing, a nicer engine swap, because I think the Kona unfortunately only has the rally engine swap, which is such a engine swap, you know? Like, oh, okay, well, it's fine, I guess, but it could be so much nicer. Oh, cool, it crashed. Hold on. I was worried it was going to do that when we were doing the optimizing your PC stuff. No, I don't want to open Steam. I want to open OBS. Okay, OBS is back. And now we're back. I mean, that's pretty good. I think the Lycan Co... Oh, let me get out of the way. The Lycan Co 02 could be fun as well. I do like that they're including more hatchbacks. I do like that. The MG7 could be interesting as well. You're getting better, Wrench. You're getting better. You're practicing. I think that I like the cars because, for the most part, they're pretty regular cars. Like, they're not cars that are unattainable or that I would never see on the road normally. So I do like that in that respect. The trial. Chevrolet Corvette. Now, gentlemen.
Welcome back, comrade.
I'm sure the Hoonicorn has some redeeming qualities. Shadow is not a fan of the Hoonigan nameplate slash cars under that nameplate. What Corvette should I go for, more importantly, though? I think the 2002 Z06? Actually, I didn't check what the PI limit was. That's probably more important. B700, okay. That is somewhat limiting. Well, it has to be a Corvette. So I don't think Mercedes released Corvette. I'm willing to be corrected, though. I don't think they did. Maybe a ZR1 from the 70s. Actually, let's go this. We've never used this car. A 427 Corvette Stingray from 1967. But is this one that has the headlights that open? Oh no, they did the flip around trick. I do prefer that to pop-up ones, actually. It still has that drama to the headlights turning on, but it's not quite... It doesn't quite, like, mess up the lines of the car as much. Yeah. Almost all of the English cars are... or car nameplates are owned by others, particularly Indians. Yeah, we don't have a terrible amount of... I wouldn't expect anything less. Shadow, you are a consummate driver. I don't know how you could downgrade a car from S2 to B700. I think you would have to basically get a cement truck and then just pour cement in any cavity that isn't filled with something that is necessary to the car's functioning. So the doors, no longer hollow, full of concrete. Possibly even the tires as well. The tires are now filled with concrete. We're going to leave the bonnet as is. Yeah, I mean, you can get rid of the engine and just hope it's... Make it like one of those, what are they? Soap boxes? Soapbox cars where they just... You get in them and just go down the hill. I do think that they should, like, take into account a little bit more the tuning that you can do with an engine and a gearbox. Because you can do quite a bit with the tuning that really changes the car. So maybe that could be a way, if they accounted for that, you could, like, just really handicap the car by just giving it the worst possible gear ratios. Actually, I want to go back in there. Because that also affects the acceleration. So let's get some better tires on. And can we get an exhaust in here? What do you reckon, the sport or the race? In terms of sounding the bed. Yeah, I think so as well. Because we're doing pretty well in terms of our stats. And it doesn't make a huge difference. They're a little bit better on the launch, but otherwise it's fine. So we're not missing out on much. And I think we can probably get to the 700 with another upgrade. Sport, yeah. I think we're all agreed sports. Or gruff. Yeah, it's a bit... I don't know. Yeah, I can't describe it. It's got that... a bit more of that V8 animal in it, you know? Maybe gruff is the right adjective. Now I'm going to make it look the part. Let me just turn off my blue light filter on my computer. So I can actually see... Oh, it's so bright! See what color I'm painting it? Oh, wait, hold on. We got custom? No. Oh, that's a very nice deep red. It's like a wine red? Then again, that green with the white on top, it does look really tight. I was thinking of going for America car. I mean, that's one way to describe an engine note, right? The car sounded like God gargling razor blades. Okay. I'm thinking of going for America car, so like very red, white, and blue, and in terms of like what the vinyls are. So I think blue's not a bad starting color. Maybe red windows? It is a little bit garish though. Never wrench. The calipers always have to be the lime green of Jow Racing Industries. That's not a bad one actually. JRI, Jow Racing Industries. Or Innovations even. Oh, that would be fantastic. Or like the proper, even if they weren't like the steam cars, but like the very first Benzes or whatever. You know, where you're like, the driver sits sideways and they're using like a tiller rather than a steering wheel to drive it. Anything exciting in the curated groups? There normally isn't. Is that Mickey Mouse? How is that the Hyundai Kona? Okay. Muscle. Because this is a muscle car. Don't think we've got a Hemi. CorvetteRacing.net. BMW Performance? Probably not. American Muscle. That's a good start. Eagle? That is a good suggestion. Wrench and Eagle is a good shout. I think just there, underneath the door handle. So you get in the car and you're like, what kind of car is this? Oh yeah, it's an American muscle car. How could I forget? I will just change the color to white though. A gun? Well, I can't promise a gun, but I can at least try and find an eagle. Eagle. Apparently in Alaska, the eagles are really kind of like seagulls. Like they're just eating out of the bins and stuff. That could be good for the bonnet, that eagle behind me there. I don't think we can use the USPS Eagle. Okay, there you go. Things you learn. Well, we will have to look for that as well. No, we definitely can't have the German Eagle. Oh, we overscrolled for a second. I was a bit distracted by the chat. Oh, that's pretty American. This one here. Yeah, that's proper America. And we can just put the American muscle on a higher layer. And probably make it black, and then it'll work. I can't add the Toyo tire stuff. Unfortunately, it's not like... one of the few things that the newer Need for Speeds do really well is the customization. And you can't add like text to the tires. You can have text saying Forza, just not anything else other than Forza Horizon. Cut and Paste. Oh, on the hood. Yeah, we can do that. We can have that next to the femboy. We can have a Toyo-sponsored femboy. All right, for the American in the audience. Oh, no, sorry. There we go. Okie dokie. Not a huge selection. There are definitely some. I don't know if that's an actual pride flag, but I might be wrong. I'm not up to date on my pride flags, I'll be honest. It's gonna be a femboy, we might as well be the fastest one. But I'm gonna put that on the side though. I don't know much about femboys, but what I do know is you don't want a slow one. If you're wanting them to drive your car. You can't speak to other activities. You may want different speeds. I can kind of read that. What was it we wanted? Toyo. We can definitely do Toyo. And I might just try the other part of what not Shadow, what Inadequate said, which was furry femboys. So we'll have a look for that too. Maybe a little bit large on the Toyo tires there. It does, it does. It's, you know, it's situational, right? We want to copy you and paste you. And then flip you and move you. We'll have to flip you again, actually. That can be read on both sides. Okay, lovely. So they know we have Toyo tires. That's a big thing to know because you can't see it on the wheels itself. Nope. We have definitely seen a femboy or a figure before. I should just like save that one just in case. I feel like that could be useful at a future point. Gee, that's small. What does that even say? Third. Oh, I see. Pounces on you. Ooh. Very ooh-woo. Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's something new that I've missed. Or... I just don't know what I searched before. But yes, I'll have to go and have a look under the load vinyl group. Oh, that's a rough one to say out loud. Formula One. Just doesn't quite work. I appreciate the effort. There was definitely a lot of work put in there. This doesn't work though. It's a bit much of a stretch. Oh wait, did we limit the layers that we put on? Oh, we did. Thank you for that, Shadow. No wonder we were having issues. Well, then we can probably go back to what we said previously. And we might get a bit more. Rather than just text. Does it say how many layers it is? No, it doesn't. I was going to say this is probably going to tank it. Like the amount of layers that probably has is crazy. Okay, so the a Luna. There we go. That's pretty close. Seeing what else there is going on. You know, you got to make a educated pick, right? Okay, well that's one vote for Luna. There's plenty of Luna to go around, it seems. I do quite like that one. Doesn't quite work for what we want. All right, well that's 2 votes for Luna. Oh hell yeah! We need to get that on a car at some point. We need to get Fox and Crystal doing weed on the side of one of our cars for sure. That is just fantastic. I think maybe that one might be best. Like I personally don't think I want one which is cut off. Yeah, real classy and adequate, real classy. No, you can't, unfortunately, so it's only on the metal. I believe you can on the new Gran Turismo. You can put it on the windows. Okay, what we can do... What website? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Shadow? This website that you speak of. Is it some sort of... I don't know, computer site? If we put that above her, I would never. It has, and it will continue to do so, Shadow, despite everyone's best efforts in the chat. Like, I think if we just keep her to the bonnet... it is a bit rough when you look at it not from directly above, though, isn't it? Should we remove the eagle? How dare you? Those are structural horns. What? No, those are prescription horns. They're required for the Halo. I think that's all right, though I am conscious that it's not crash hot from like the side, right? Like from over here, it's a little bit funky. I feel like that happens a lot. Well, actually, there was the eagle that I thought could look good on the top, on the bonnet. So maybe if we move Luna to the side, we can move the American muscle over. Then we can have the eagle on the bonnet. I think that might work. All right, Luna, you're coming with me, please. Can I put you at a lower level? Yeah, that'll do. We can replace the American muscle. We can make it a little bit smaller. Or do we make it a bit larger, actually? Oh, well, no, that's the opposite of what I wanted to do. Oh, now I've got it myself, and it's a total mess. What's going on? Don't overheat. Luckily it's winter for you up there. I think that's pretty good, pretty tasteful. I mean, that's the important part, obviously. That what we were going for here, just tasteful. We didn't want to be overly, you know, in one direction or another. I think we're tasteful. And I think that's probably the best way to describe just the channel in general, really. That's probably got literally 1 billion layers. Well, we could do that. I was just going to mirror it, but there's no reason why we would have to. We could put a different figure on the other side. Now I can't find American muscle. Yeah, I mean, what is the word? I model it on you, Inadequate. I look to you for inspiration. I often ask, is this something that Inadequate would do? If the answer is a no, then I don't. Because of the tastefulness that you bring to this channel. Maybe I'm being a bit too coy. Maybe I just need to search American muscle. Mr. Zhao ASMR. Don't give Inadequate more ideas than he already has. What do you mean by an HDD? You said that before and I completely forgot you said it. Like in the Discord. What do you mean, Wrench? We could put it there so it's like the movie name or something. Okay, and what was it was Roxanne Wolf. Sorry, your reputation precedes you, Inadequate. Okay, well let's see what the internet provides. Oh, of course. Why did I not know what Roxanne was? The trouble is, they're not quite of the same quality that Luna was. Contain yourself, Shadow. You're going to pass out. I'm going to have to call 999 or whatever it is over there. Let's just go back to Furry. So we could do the same again. You do her lounging or reclined. My apologies to the artist. Reclined. I've just noticed that a lot of these are by this pleb for life fella. Unsurprisingly, oh, and Silver Fox. All of these ones are done by similar people. Oh, these three are done by Carbon Wolf. I think some of these people have a type. I think we just mirror it. I think that's probably the go. Because I think it's better that way, because then everyone can appreciate it. Like, no one's missing out by being on our left or on our right, you know? We're an equal opportunity car. Well, we do have room on the roof for an anime character. Actually, that's a good idea. What does 3,000 layers of anime look like? Everyone brace yourselves while my computer explodes from loading in so many layers. Classic. the best anime. Oh, is that the imposter I hear? Okay, so we've got the anime. Ugh. It is crazy how accurate and like how well recorded that is. Let's just try and get this eagle before we forget for the bonnet. No, we don't want the Albanian eagle. I was going to say Prussian, but that was probably insulting to someone. Ooh, I don't know about that one, guys. I'm not entirely certain that's just the Volkswagen eagle there. Pretty sure that's been used for other things. I could maybe just, if only change like the orange color, that would be perfect. Oh, sorry, there was an American flag eagle? My mistake. Which one though? Do you reckon that one or that one? Actually, we should have a look, because there'll be more in here, because we've got a lot of layers. Like, we could do one of these on either side, below the Toyo tires or something. Classic Air Force? No, it's Horus. Okay, so it's Azus. Oops. Got nothing to do with the US military at all. UNSC! Hell yeah, United Nations Space Command, let's go. There's a lot of eagles up in here. Big eagle fan in the Forza community. Oh, it's a European update. Interesting. I wonder what that means. Like in terms of what cars that's going to end up bringing to the scene. Gee, this is a big eagle, huh? Oh, that's a problem though. It does have a turbocharger on it. And this is distinctly naturally aspirated. Maybe the second one, and we put it where the Corvette kind of fuel tank is over here. Oh, nailed it pretty much. Right onto the 90-degree mark. I'd actually have a look at how many layers these things are. There's going to be some guy playing on an original Xbox One, and we're just going to crash the game for him. Yeah, that thing that we just added on is 2,500 layers. Luna is only 2,000. Then again, there's, I guess, there's a lot more going on in this. There's a lot more kind of shading in the flag. But when you think about it, it really makes the Among Us for only, what, 108 minus 93? What's that? 15 layers? Bargain. A bargain. What can we put on the back? What would we want to put on the back? Well, Wrench did mention gun before. What happens when we search gun? Does the FBI kick in my door? We could put 007. We could put the Punisher. We could put what I'm assuming are anime characters from an anime that involves the word gun. A bullet. Not quite the right part of a gun, but close. Ooh, a zapper or a laser gun could be tempting. Now, this one is interesting because I haven't seen Top Gun for a while. I'll confess, but I don't remember helicopters playing a very large part. Oh, it's the FBI. Hold on. Let's just go to here so we can pretend it. We're just looking at this stuff. Oh, look at this vortex stuff. And, oh, look at this mole hydrants. Okay, they're gone. We can go back. I mean, they make sense in that they're like an aerial craft, but they're not really the focus of the film, right? Mole Heart. Okay, Mole Heart. Thank you. Also, Top Gun. The film Top Gun. What house did you get in again, Wolf? Hufflepuff, right? Slytherin, okay. There's no guns that really are getting me going, you know? We're definitely not putting a thin blue line in our car, that's for sure. I'm trying to think what we want to put on the back. What does a 3,000 layer bumper sticker look like? Not a bad outcome there. I heart mums. Okay, interesting, interesting. Student driver, always a plus. I mean, I think we need to kind of indicate that this is the go. Not that they didn't figure this out already, right? But not a huge amount of room, though. Just in case they somehow missed it. On the side of the car. Honk if you're a furry. Ooh. What the hell? Twins on board? Is that something that I shouldn't be referencing out loud? Racing stripes? Well, 2k horsepower. I could just add 5 horsepower with that sticker. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. Found it. We got it. We got it, gamers. Oh, my man. If I could add RGB, you have no idea how much RGB I would add to these cars. Between the RGB and the crystal slash Fox McCloud getting high off of weed vinyl that we saw earlier, this car would be so tight. You can't put anything on the spoiler, unfortunately. I mean, I don't actually know what else we'd want to put on it, though. I think we're pretty much perfect. We've got Luna. We've got anime. We've got the American Eagle. We've got some bumper stickers. I think we're set. I think we're set. We're done. We don't have a wizard. That is a fair point. Can we give a... Can we... What does a wizard... What do we get from wizard? That's a good question. Wolf, what does wizard get us? Wizard. Rift Goblin? Not quite what we're looking for. Turbo Wizard? No, not really. Junkyard Wizard? Again, not quite. Classic. The classic wizard leaf weed. Then I stand up and you get crunchy audio. whilst I wind the manually standing desk up. I'm going to leave it at that because the lizard stuff wasn't really that great. Time travel takes us back to the year 1999. So just as a heads up, ads are about to start. So maybe wait like 5 minutes. Oh, this is not an exit at all. Alrighty. I'll wait for the ads to start, then I'll do the squats. That's 30 seconds or so. I mean, it definitely goes. I just want to play around with the handling. Those drone light shows are so cool. You can turn that down a little bit. A little bit more. Gearing looks fine. Let's turn up the caster a little bit. Lower the car just a little bit. Let's change that a lot. Max camber is probably not going to be super competitive. Funny, but not competitive. And we want to balance the ha-has with the win-wins. Don't get me wrong. Maximum camber, hilarious to look at. But I don't want to... I want to try and avoid totally embarrassing myself in the online lobby. They're coming. I'm waiting for the ads to start. I'm keeping you all entertained. Whilst there we go. The ads are coming. Now I'll do the squats. Giving some room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There we go. Squats concluded. I do actually, while the ads are just running, I do want to have a look around the stadium.
Bye, have a great time.
Thanks for popping in, Wrench. Nice. They really went all out for the Lunar New Year, huh? Let's go. Are we understeering? Maybe a fraction. No, that was huge for you. Inadequate, real character growth, I think, is what we can call that. I think that's partly helped by the fact that it's a PNG. If it was maybe like one of those full body tracked VRs, maybe it won't have been different, but I might be doing you a disservice, I don't know. All right, let's get it on. Let's go. Let's start doing the damn thing. We've got our car, which is perfect. At least in looks. It's hard pressed to look better than this. I mean, that anime character on the top of the roof there is really standing out. Really eye-catching. Okay, fifth gear is definitely not the quickest of gears. I mean, we're doing pretty well for a car that we didn't really do anything to the engine for. Those fireworks up, kind of nice. Surprisingly not red and orange and, or red, gold and white like they were up at the stadium. It seems to be the kind of Lunar New Year color scheme they've gone for. Alrighty. Why would I pick any other car other than this one, game? This is one of the better looking cars we've done on the channel. Look at these cowards with their stock color schemes. Lack of vinyls. Boy, they're gonna have a shock when they see the cringe vet. What would it be, the fur vet? The cringe-lay fur vet? I don't know, I'll have to workshop that one. Come on, let's go. Time to zoom. I don't think I need my headlights on, but... Ugh! I just drove straight into the back of that guy. Oh, we were lucky there, gamers. We've got some pretty antagonistic fellow humans here, it seems. I think they made the mistake of going for the stock Corvette 95. Which is fairly close to the upper limit. Whereas we were able to do upgrades to our handling, for example. Through better tires and what have you. And I don't think these chaps were. I mean, they're still faster than us, there's no denying that. In a straight line, at least. So I think we are a little bit quicker around the corners for the most part. Just by virtue of the fact that we don't actually have to brake as often, or for as long. Yeah, we've got the one I wanted to say. I wanted to say sorry, not hold up. Damn. I tell you what, I have been using YouTube Premium for close to 5 years now, and I do not regret it. Like, I can use ad blockers or whatever on my computer, but because I've got like an Xbox slash Fire TV that I use to watch it in the living room, it's just so useful. And we overtake Pablo. No. Close. I mean, the trouble is obviously that it costs money, which is never great. But you do also get YouTube Music with it, so it's not a total... It's not... You're not just spending money on getting rid of ads, so there is that to it. Hey, Barbie Corvette doing very well. We did pretty well. Not well enough, though. We need to get this car on that podium. Just so everyone can appreciate the hard work that we put in terms of choosing the interesting designs to put on it. This is a hilariously small car, that Barbie one. Oh, listen to that lovely rumble. A weird horn. Oh, what are you doing there? Pablo, you're trying to kill me? Is that it? Come on, R2D2, we can get this guy. We can get William. Whoa! They're so far ahead. Fortunately, the rest of our team, I don't think there's a way that we can win this apart from trying to catch up to people in front. Coffee and biscuits? Hell yeah. Maybe it's because of what we've been doing to this car that we see before us, but I read that as NSFW rather than MSF. Okay, well, we're going to have to spend a little bit more time with this car because we're not going to win this race. So we're going to have to do a whole new championship. Of course, very, very safe for work. Arguably, it's safe from work. That's what SFW stands for. Safe from work. A no workspace. That was a lot closer than I thought it would be. Oh, it's because that one of us left. Well, that's game, set, match. Guess we got 4,000 credits for this. Time to queue up again. Doesn't sound like much of a sleeping compartment there, Shadow. Oh, you've got a sleeper truck now. That's cool. Did I not join a thing? I'm almost certain I asked you to do this. Guess we'll just do it again. Take it from the top. Oh, actually, flat floor cab sounds familiar now. Maybe you have mentioned this before. Have you had to actually use it as in a sleeper role so far? Like, obviously before you hit a number on your leg. Maybe it's kind of like flying for work or traveling for work. And the moment that I do it, I will lose any sense of romance or like idealism about the idea. But it does sound like something really romantic almost about the idea of trucking and then sleeping in your truck. I'm sure it sucks if you actually do it. But to someone who hasn't, it does sound kind of nice. Oh yeah, I imagine so. Just hours at a time, days even, you know, on the road, just grinding out the miles, getting to sleep for just like the bare minimum required number of hours so you can legally keep driving. I can't remember if it was a Chinese trucker or a Japanese trucker. I think it was a Chinese trucker, but it was a trucker and he had a sleeping cabin, and in his sleeping cabin he had 3 shelves, and on each shelf pulled up to stop, they could get out and wander around, and then when it was time to move on, they'd all get in and hop on their shelf, lie down and keep on trucking. That's the kind of trucking I could definitely get behind. So I'm always worried about animals in cars when it comes to an accident. Because, you can't get seatbelts for cats or dogs, right? So even if they're in a cage or something, they're going to get kind of flung around the cockpit. At least with a cat, you can kind of see it reacting to it, perhaps. Yeah, absolutely. I think it would be a lot worse if it was just a bed and it didn't have, the fridge, the microwave, TV, certain decorations that Shadows put up, that kind of stuff. Stuff that makes it feel like a home. And not just like a incredibly cheap hotel. We put so much work into this, we have to get it on the podium. Other people have to appreciate this. I feel like it's definitely a thing that is more of a winter thing, now that you mention that. Oh, okay, we're taking an interesting approach to the lineup here. Bold strategy of facing in the opposite direction. Kind of convincing the opponents that maybe we don't want to win. Lulling them into a false sense of security. Nice. We'll see how it plays out. Because I could see it could get quite hot. In like an Australian summer, for example. But I imagine there must be a way to like keep the air conditioning on overnight or something without having to run the engine or whatever.
I'm on power, baby.
I've actually been looking into getting a tablet, speaking of which. What tablet do you have, Shadow? An iPad, an Android? A Windows Surface or something like that? Yeah, that makes sense, actually. I hadn't even thought about that. iPad, interesting, okay. I'm relatively seriously considering getting a iPad mini to help out with the stream. That car up front, that's us. That is kind of what I had envisaged when we were first starting out. Kind of a bit more American-centric. The result that we have is a little bit different. I'm not going to say better or worse, just different.
I'm on power, baby.
I think we can safely say more unique. Well, yes, thank you very much to the iPad then. That is what helps you get here. A huge, huge benefit to the trucking kit. So I imagine it's got, it's one of those ones which has like 4G or whatever in it. Not just a Wi-Fi one. Or do you like hotspot off your phone or something? Or does the truck have Wi-Fi? I mean, that's not impossible. Does the truck have a TV out of curiosity? Oh. Truck has Wi-Fi, my goodness. Truly what a time to be alive. I'm surprised by that. Then again, I guess they don't... If you've got Wi-Fi, particularly nowadays, you don't really need to have a TV. Because there's going to be... You can just get your employees to do what you do and bring their own tablets. And then you don't have to pay for a TV. Let the employee bring their own. This is the battle of the 67 Corvette back here. Actually, we're all 67 Corvettes.
I'm on power, baby.
I mean, I guess it's kind of like the originator of that whole van life stuff. This idea of having basically everything you need in the car or in the vehicle that you're driving. Now, the real question, as an Englishman, does it have a kettle? That's the real question. Or do you have to use one of those plebeian American hot plate kettles? Coffee maker. Well, that's even more up your alley. And I guess given the line of work that it's in, probably more appropriate. Very on brand for you. The only way it could be more on brand if the coffee maker was red and black. And had a tendency to voice a distaste for the playlist of the week. Oh. Okay, we're going for a slight shortcut here, gamers. To go for the van life kind of thing, or to make a smart coffee maker that dislikes the playground games playlists in Forza Horizon 5? I could definitely see it being very cool to, yeah, get a car, get a van, get a truck, and just really convert it into like a home away from home so that you could take camping or whatever. Be able to take all your stuff with you kind of thing. That'd be sick. Would it just be the tractor, the actual power unit? Or would you also have a custom trailer? Ah, clever. I think I've seen things that are kind of like that. I don't know if you might have them in England. I imagine you could. In Australia, because I live near an A road between two motorways, it's not uncommon, or it wasn't at least, to see kind of like horse trailers for a semi-trailer, where the back half seemed to be more for the horses and the front half towards the hitch point seemed to be more for human accommodation. So I could see it being kind of like that, except instead of horses at the back, it's probably got a car in it or something. Well, if you got like one of those like refrigerated trailers, even if it had a busted compressor, it would still be pretty well insulated, I imagine. I forgot that Knight Rider lived, for lack of a better term, in the back of a semi-trailer. Then again, I've really not watched much Knight Rider. The closest thing to Knight Rider, and this is still a huge distance, is probably the A-Team or MacGyver. That's the closest thing to any of that I've watched. Kind of competitive shows. Or competitor shows. I think the real dream, Shadow, I'm going to put words into your mouth, I'll concede. I think the real dream for you is to have someone else driving the truck, and then you to drive your car out of the back of the truck while it's going. Because that would be my dream if I had that situation. Okay. 10 points. Probably get away with just doing the event labs. No, I could see that too. That does make sense to me. Rods and customs. Well, I might as well do these other races as well. Vans and utilities. Okay. Slight change of pace. Oh, we want filter. Do we have a B700 van? We do not. The Sandman gets pretty close. Oh, we've got the Brat GL. Oh, we do have the FPV. Okay, no, we're all right. We're fine, guys. We're fine. Like, are you talking, Wolf, are you talking just like a thing of plastic on the ground with some detergent on it and a hose that you just run and slide down? Or like a water slide kind of situation? I haven't thought about the detergent on a plastic garbage bag thing for a long time until now. I mean, the thing about the kind of vehicle that we're designing for you currently, Shadow, is that you could have multiple trailers. In that you could have like a trailer for a winter trailer, a summer trailer, a Furcon trailer, I don't know, camping trailer, an international trip trailer. You could have a whole armory of different trailers at the back with different fit outs back at base. I mean, the semi-trailer, you could probably run a fur meet at the very least inside it. They're not insignificant, particularly if it's one of those ones where it's like the Winnebagos or caravans where you can push out the sides. So it's like 3 times as large when it's stopped as it is on the move. You could hold a pretty sizable event in it. I don't know if it's not a semi-trailer, but there is around my neck of the woods. I do not irregularly see, it's a large trailer, but it's just pulled by like a Land Cruiser or something. I think it's only got 2 wheels, so a single axle. It's a kind of pop-up trailer, but it's a mobile gaming thing for specifically for parties or whatever.
You have arrived at your destination.
I mean, if you had multiple truckers, you know, with multiple trailers. You could have like a legit convention. It basically wherever you've got the space to all park up. Shadows Trailer Con. Molecule Shadow Fox Racing presents Trailer Con. Molecule Shadow Fox Racing, in partnership with Inadequate Merch, presents TrailerCon. I mean, you could do one of those things where you've got the multiple trailers, right? The road train kind of thing. You've got the one that expands at the back, and you've got a smaller one between that and the actual power unit, and that's the merch stand or something. I don't know. There's many possibilities here for this trailer con we've devised. Really? So can you only have one trailer per power unit over there? In this city, at least, I think you can only have 2 trailers per truck. At least in Australia, I think that's how it is. 2 trailers per truck. Okay, so it's about the same there then. In the country, like, particularly between Sydney and Perth, or like Adelaide and Darwin, so we're talking top to bottom, or like far right to far left, I think you can basically go up to like 6 trailers. Like a lot of trailers. Don't quote me on that though, because I've never really had the need to know for sure. Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't see them as much now because the road between the 2 highways that I was talking about before, there's now a tunnel that goes underneath that more directly connects the 2 highways, and the trucks are strongly encouraged to use that and avoid the traffic lights and what have you that the A road has. So you don't really see them as often unless they're doing works on the tunnel. And then it's mostly at night for obvious reasons. Okay, we made a good choice choosing this car, it looks like. Well, I was talking about this before. I somehow stumbled on the idea of, instead of like Jow Motorsports or whatever, what was it? JRI? Jow Racing Industries or Jow Racing Innovation or something like that? Just kind of going for like a totally different set of acronyms after the J. Or you could, I'm just thinking of on the fly now, you could have the acronym of JAO, Jow Automotive Operations or Organization or something like that. Of course, of course. I mean, if you're going to go the effort of painting your trailer for your motor racing team, right? You're going to probably have a pretty permanent tractor up the front. You might as well paint it, right? Or at the very least get some sort of like magnetic vinyls to like slap on the side of just a regular tractor unit. My dad, way back when, was a manager for a dry cleaning site in Sydney, and he had a company car which was a Holden station wagon, and with the company car came two like door-sized magnets that would said the business on the side. What's he dry cleaning? That he would slap on the side when he needed to go somewhere official. Like the airport, he would often have to go to the airport to pick up the airline dry cleaning or something. I mean, they would probably actually really like that, now that I think about it. Because if you played your cards right, you could probably straight up like export that as a 3D model. Well, thank you for joining me, Kat. It has been a pleasure having you, and I hope you have a good end to your week. Yeah, I'll try and fit one in on Monday or something, but I don't think we're going to have regularly scheduled streams, unfortunately. Keep an ear out to the Discord and my Twitter. Yeah, you could do that. I mean, I'm trying to think. You could probably, like, if you had exported it as a 3D model, you could probably even go so far as to scale it up to the actual size of the vehicle and then take measurements off of that.
Arrived at your destination.
I'm enjoying this Ford Pursuit. One of these days I will play American Truck Simulator. I don't know if I've got it installed, but I definitely have it on my Steam account. You should have, you probably couldn't do it on like the front, but on the back doors you could have I mean, basically what you've got, I've seen cars where they've got like a sticker on the window of like Queen Elizabeth or Donald Trump or someone like that, so it looks like they're sitting in the back of the car. I could see that working with just like a sticker of shadow, just like, oh yeah, they're in the back seat. I wonder what the laws are about glow-in-the-dark vinyls on my car. That's a pretty cool wrap, that kind of classic Apple wrap. Yeah, just two massive ears poking up. Well, that's the other question now that you mentioned ears. Would you have two massive ears on your truck? Like a Razer cat ear headset kind of thing on your truck? I mean, if you wanted to go immensely impractical, you could model or model or paint it so that the tractor unit looked like, well, this is probably very OTT. The tractor unit looked like Shadow, and then the trailer was covered in fur and looked like it's his tail. Oh, we've overcooked this a little bit. But you could have them on like a switch or something, like have them, make them inflatable or something, and have them on a switch so you press a button and then they deflate. Or if you need to go into like sports mode, you know, and put the ears back. Yeah, kind of like that. I mean, you could probably automate it if you had some sort of like laser sensor on the roof of the truck, and, you know, detects the tunnels coming in, or like a, you know, some sort of overhead obstruction. Turn off the air pumps or whatever and deflate the ears. That way you can also go into like sports mode and have the ears deflated when you want to really zoom. You know, you're late for the con or whatever and you need to get across England in one night. Or if it's just too damn windy. Yeah, slightly beat up because of that corner that we got really intimate with. Oh, it's just over there. Perfect. Oh yeah, it'd have to be something Mercedes, right? Does AMG make a truck? A tractor unit? I'd be equally surprised if they did and if they didn't, I think. I'd be surprised that they did, because who in their right mind would buy an AMG tractor? But I'm also surprised that they don't, because that also seems an incredibly AMG thing to do. To just be like, yeah, we put a 27-liter V8 supercharged in your truck. It can't pull as much, but it can do a sick burnout. That's a pretty cool wrap on that Wuling over there. Of course they used V8s for their trucks. I am so unsurprised. I mean, what other engine would they use? Are they supercharged? Because if they're a compressor, that's possibly the most Mercedes thing they could do for a truck. Turbo intercool. A little bit common, but I'll allow it. I'm just going to change a graphics setting quickly. Well, straight 6 in a truck, isn't that... I mean, I know very little about trucks, but I would imagine that straight 6 is basically the normal one? Like, that is what you do with a truck? I'm just going to try and reduce the heat a little bit by pushing out slightly less pixels, hopefully. I feel like straight engines are probably the more common ones. Because, I mean, a straight 6, again, I don't know a huge amount, but they're incredibly well balanced from what I've heard. Like, all the piston forces are very well countered by the other pistons, as compared to a V6. Good torque as well, okay. I'm kind of surprised now that I think about it, there's not more, or any that I know of, like flat engines in trucks, particularly in European trucks. Because I would think that having a flatter engine would mean you could more easily place it underneath the cabin. Having like a boxer engine would be advantageous in that regard. So I remember that boxers weren't really diesels until like a couple of years ago when Subaru did it. So maybe there's not really a possibility to do it. I mean, I feel like a turbo straight 6 is like just classic. Oh, that's it. I don't know. I mean, I feel like it probably all comes down to cost, right? A flat engine, like, I feel like almost any engine can do almost anything. It's just that some engines can do it cheaper or a bit better without having to spend all the money making it work that you might have to do for a flat 6 or whatever. I was just thinking more from the standpoint of like engine ergonomics, in terms of having to put the engine underneath the cabin, having a shorter like engine vertically, I imagine would be advantageous. But then you've also, particularly in trucks, you've got to consider the maintenance and stuff. And the little I do know about boxer engines is they're a little bit more of an undertaking to do maintenance on. Because you've got to really, at least in the Subarus, you've got to really pull it out of the engine bay if you want to do basically anything. Because the heads are buried in the engine bay. I imagine that could be a little bit off-putting for any truck companies out there. Rods and customs. Rods and customs. C600, so I could break out the Cube-mobile. Not much else though, unfortunately. Let's get over there in the fastest rod and custom we have, the 2-jet. Yeah, I've heard that. I had a friend in my Bible study this year who's a Volkswagen mechanic, and he was very much not a fan of the boxer engine from Subaru because of that.
In 400 meters,
It was just so much work if you wanted to do basically anything.
Turn sharp left.
I really cannot see the mirrors at all. I mean, this is probably a dumb question, but is the straight 6 in the truck upright? Or is it laid on its side or something?
At the roundabout, take the third exit.
Interesting. I mean, it's probably not enormous, but it's still interesting. Oh gee, a 7th gear would be so choice right about now. Yeah, 13 to 16 litres, that's not a small engine by any stretch of the imagination. I'm very impressed that they're able to fit it under the cabin. I mean, I know the cabin's quite a way off the ground, but still.
Turn sharp left. Turn sharp left.
Oh yeah, I mean, the transmissions would be enormous, I imagine. Partly because it's got, you know, several thousand gears in it. And partly because it's got to put up with like 1,000 newton meters of torque for each one of those gears. Yeah, it's 12 to 16, and then it's kind of in... It's got 2 gearboxes, right? The high and the low. So it's like 6 to 8 a piece, right? Or am I wrong in that statement?
In 400 meters.
Ah, interesting. Actually, I feel like I remember that from the Top Gear truck episode, how they were talking about 2, 2.5, 3. I mean, I wouldn't be the first one to think about it, but I think I've said it before. I feel like a truck, something really torque heavy with a tiny power window, would be the perfect candidate for something like a CVT gearbox if they worked in like a perfect way, where it could always sit at like 2,500 RPM and just always be at the perfect point to, you know, pull the load behind it.
You have arrived at your destination.
Without having to have, you know, a dozen gears to make sure you're always just right. I mean, if you listen to like a truck starting off from the lights, it's kind of wild because it's like as they keep changing through gears to get it up to speed. Because there's like you say, 1,500 RPM, and it's probably got what, maybe a 2,000, 3,000 if you're lucky RPM red line. There's really not much room to do anything. Reagan Bush 84. Let's go. Boat 1 Reagan Bush. Also Kuwait, I think. I think that's the Kuwaiti flag on the side next to the Cuban one. We have very complex political positions in this car. No, yeah. That would, I imagine, severely reduce the fatigue that you face as a trucker having to not worry about the gearbox. I'm also kind of surprised. I mean, I know it's starting here and there, but I feel like hybrid technology would have been perfect for trucks. Like the idea of having an electric motor and battery, which you can use to get the truck going, so you don't have to go through 6 gears before you reach 20 miles an hour. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have one that you're using a lot and the other one that you're not using at all. I didn't notice the bonnet vent kind of turbine things we got going on. Surprised that the speedometer actually accounts for 190 k's an hour. That's some forward thinking. I'd like to thank my president, President Reagan, and my vice president, President Bush, guiding me to victory today. Viva Cuba! Shadow in a Continental 62. A fine choice. Where's the next one? There's the next one. I need to put down the waypoint rather than just looking at where I could put the waypoint
Turn
down.
around when it is safe to do so.
Ow. Doesn't have a lot of power, but it's got a fair amount of torque. Which is the no replacement for displacement error. Peak oil is a distant fear, so far away.
You will arrive at your destination.
Petrol will always be cheap, baby. Just make the engine as large as you want.
You have
No,
arrived
not
at
really.
your destination.
I saw the ads were on and I figured that you may have been caught by them. I was just more talking about the hybrid trucks and what have you. Now, I feel it would make sense for a truck to be a hybrid. I think that was the last thing I said. For like that low down instant torque, not having to worry about jumping through, you know, half a dozen gears. Okay, rainy conditions. Maybe not ideal situation. Just looking at the rain, the one thing I really miss about where I live currently is I don't have a roof above me, strictly. Like I'm on the ground floor of an 8-story apartment block. So I don't really hear the rain like I used to. And it's something I really, really did like. Back at my parents' place, we've got a corrugated iron roof, a tin roof. And so you can hear the rain quite clearly. But there's something quite therapeutic about like white noise, to me at least, about the white noise that it produces. I do miss that. Yeah, I've mentioned it before on stream several times, but I feel like it's almost like your caveman coming through, this feeling of, you know, that you're safe, the tribe's safe. You're inside, you're warm, you're dry, and it's wet and cold outside. And this feeling, this like ancestral feeling of being like, nailed it, crushed it. I've got it figured out. I'm nice, I found a nice cave. You know, I've got a fire. We're all set. I do feel like there's a little bit of that still in us in that regard. Yeah, the after scent of some rain. The weirdest one involving rain that I had, not necessarily a smell, I guess, but I was down in the Southern Highlands, a kind of country region south of Sydney, and staying at an aunt's place, and they had a large paved driveway, concrete driveway, and it had been blazing hot for a week. I'm talking like higher than 30 degrees every day. So this driveway had absorbed a lot of heat. And then on this day, after all that many days of heat, it rained. And because the driveway was just so hot and it absorbed so much heat, the rain turned to steam on the driveway. So there was this low level like fog directly over the driveway because it was turned into steam. It's something I've never seen before or since, but it was quite an experience. I can't remember if we got a sizzle sound. It was raining quite heavily, so I don't think I could have heard it even if we were. But you could definitely see that it was like, there was like that sizzle. Like there was this, like I said, the steam just sitting lazily over like a fog almost, over the top of the driveway. I haven't either. I haven't seen it before, and I haven't seen it since. Yeah, I'll travel to Event Lab Island. Why not? Cool. Come on. There we go. Oh, wow. That's really pelting down, huh? Hold on a second. Did I forget one of my events? I could have sworn I did 3 events instead of only done 2. Okay. Whoopsie daisy. Getting ahead of myself. Yeah, very lucky. Closest thing to that is we got an incredibly intense storm. Probably 6 years ago, 7 years ago now. It was really quite quick. It was it only spent like maybe 6 minutes overhead. Like it wasn't long. Probably even that's an overestimation. But it knocked out power for like 2 days. It was this intense thunder hailstorm. It's crazy. Little Shadow diving for cover in his green uniform. I mean, it's probably different for England, but in Australia, it's very common, almost guaranteed, to have shorts in summer and then longer trousers in winter. There are certain schools where that's not the case. I can think of one off the top of my head where I'm pretty sure it's long trousers all year round. But at least at the one I went to, you had the short sleeves, short sleeves and shorts, winter uniform, summer uniform, and then long sleeves, long trousers, winter uniform. Yeah, actually, that's in primary school. So from kindergarten to year 6, it was short sleeves and shorts for winter. For summer, damn it. And then in winter, it was long sleeves and thicker shorts in winter. It wasn't until the senior school, so year 7 until year 12, where the long trousers turned up. And that was at a private school, so that's like uniform is a little bit more strict there, so I can't guarantee that's going to be the same in like public schools. Then again, I don't know if you'd want to be wearing long trousers in rugby though, would you?
Take the first exit.
In winter? When we got around to it, so I went to the same school from year 3 until year 12. They were on 2 different campuses. But one thing that was very cool, at least when I was in the junior school, was that the year 12s that had previously gone to the junior school would return to the junior school and kind of check it out. And then at lunchtime, they would play rugby against the junior school. So it would be, you know, maybe 20 of the senior school boys that had come back to check it out against any junior school boy that wanted to turn up, basically. And that was quite cool to watch. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case when I was there. We were just there in the morning and then we were sent back to regular school after that. I didn't mind PE. I definitely wasn't super passionate about it. I was always uncomfortable about the more actual exercise focused stuff where it was like more in the gym and what have you. But in terms of playing the games or whatever, yeah, it wasn't too bad. It was a nice change from having to, you know, get more homework or whatever.
You have arrived at your destination.
I actually don't know what I'm built for. Outside of reaching things on taller shells, I don't really know what I'm built for. I definitely wouldn't say I'm definitely built like a back position in rugby. I'm not a prop forward or anything like that. I sure as hell ain't a hooker. I don't know. I definitely enjoyed art probably the most out of all of the subjects that I undertook. And though I need to actually get back to posting and doing it, I really did and have enjoyed photography for quite a while. There is a quote command, but I need to make sure it works. Because that is, yeah, that is 100% perfect. Carousel Haino Hooker. I wonder what came first now that you mention it. The position hooker in rugby or the employment type hooker in the world. And was one named after the other? Don't know. Much to think about. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess the name for that employment. But yes, you're right. There's been prostitutes or hookers, whatever you want to call them, since time immemorial, basically. You know, you've got temple prostitutes, I think they're called, mentioned in like the Old Testament. They've been around for a long time. Okay. I mean, what's the old saying? $20 is $20. I mean, I'm definitely not in favor of making it illegal, but it is a tough line of work. Being a sex worker. You'd perhaps be interested in working in a massage parlor that offers happy endings, cash in hand, as well as possibly other things in hand too. I mean, the one thing that really comes out of that for me is I have no idea how I go about approaching that conversation from either direction. Like, how do you ask someone, hey, have you thought about being a prostitute before? It's just not something that you really practice. Okay. I mean, even still. I mean, I know I'm not exactly the most socially, like, groovy guy. Not, you know, in the flow of conversation. Still have a hell of a thing to ask. I mean, I guess the real question is, did you take them up on the offer? You work as a masseuse of sorts? Or did you politely decline? to those guys dancing. I'm just on the chair chilling. Just ruthlessly vibing over there. Oh no, yeah. No, it's the same here. It's kind of crazy just how oh, what's the word? Like, strict they are about collecting income as well as the dole. There was a whole thing in Australia called robo-debt, where the government at the time, a conservative government, had like some sort of automated system which would kind of guess how much you owed, and it turned out it was not as accurate as they thought it was or knew it was, and they kept using it anyway. A lot of people died as a result. Well, not a lot of people, but people died as a result. So, not the country's finest hour, unfortunately. Amen, perhaps? Maybe. I do remember enjoying driving this car, actually. There is also the Lotus, which is absolute goals. That TT is pretty goals too, actually. Take out the 4C. We haven't really... I mean, we do have a lot of time to catch up for with the Alfa Romeos in general. Why not? One thing I'm conscious of with the hopefully inevitable debut of the third dimension of Jiao, I do move around quite a bit when I'm playing here. Yeah, it's kind of wild how much they... I think it's, like you say, it's like a government thing almost everywhere. They really zero in on people trying to take advantage of the system at the bottom end, and it doesn't seem like they do it so much at the top end. I'm not going to deny that there are people that will do it at the bottom end, but they're probably not as big a problem as the people at the top end who do the same. That's the same as in Australia, I think. I don't know if it's 30 hours, but you have to do it for X number of hours as well. I don't know if it's a week or if there's like a... Maybe there's a monthly quota or something that you have to apply for X number of jobs. But it's... yeah, it's rough. So apparently you get people that will just apply for basically any job that crosses their path, regardless of whether they're like up to the job. Like, I've got no training in neurology, for example, but I'd be applying for that because it's a job. I can apply for it. It's part of my requirement. So they're getting an application from your boy. I think you've also got to do like air quotes skill courses where you come in and learn about things that in theory help you to get off of the dole, or as it's kind of referred to here, the Centrelink payment. The Centrelink is kind of like the job center over there. Oh, actually, I think the official name is the job seeker payment. So, I mean, even in the name, there's a clear, we're getting you off of this. Supposedly they, because a lot of it is outsourced as well. Supposedly they are really terrible over here. It's like, I felt there was a controversy about one of them where it was like 8th grade budgeting stuff. like talking about how to have savings, you need to earn more than you spend. And it's like, yeah, duh. I'm a 40-year-old man or whatever that just doesn't have a job. I know how money works. I just don't have a job. Well, that too. I mean, yeah, it's rough out here. I mean, I'm not anywhere near the streets in terms of financially speaking, but it's getting tight. Because I've got a mortgage and it's literally gone up every month, basically, all of last year. The interest rate has gone up, and therefore the payments have gone up every month. Not to mention, I will often, almost every day, I will go to the local shopping center, the local supermarket, Woolworths, at work. And I can, like, just visually see that the chocolate bars, the little individual kind of things you buy when you want a snack, have gone up in price. Like, the special price is obviously higher than it used to be. Because it used to be maybe $1. You get it was maybe half price, and you get a Boost bar, for example, or something for $1. And now the cheapest it goes to is $1.25. Well, that too. I feel like they're definitely smaller. Particularly the chocolate bars that you take home. Like the Cadbury bars that you break off, you know, the length, the column, or the row of 4. I feel like they're definitely smaller.
Welcome back, comrade.
Thanks for having me back, Anna. I appreciate it. Retro sports cars. Hell yeah, let's go. Yeah, they did. I don't know. I mean, it might be different for you just because you're slightly older. Because I've never been entirely certain how much of it is the oldie shrinkflation and how much of it is just the fact that I am larger than I was before. So the Snickers bar is just not as large as it used to be compared to the rest of me. That looks very cool. Seeing the drone show without any lights. Looks like a really intricate, like, bird murmur. You know, with the flocks flying in formation. That's one thing I've never seen, but I would really like to see. Yeah, it sucks. Well, we could get the NSXR. That is a good choice. Celica, maybe? The SC300, perhaps? I'm going to do the 850 CSI. I don't think I've ever really used this car before. Not properly, at least. Ooh, not a fan of the pop-up headlights, though. It's a really funky looking car with the headlights popped up. Ah, Frosties. I haven't had Frosties forever. I don't think I can have them now. Maybe I can. So what is it that's actually frosted? Is it a cornflake or is it like something else? Oh, hot milk. That is an interesting choice. Good for winter. No denying that. A cornflake. Maybe I could have them. I mean, I guess it depends what the kind of frosting is in terms of its wheat content. But it's off to a good start, at least. Yeah, I mean, well, I know the main component is sugar. That much is obvious. Damn, this engine sounds nice as hell. It's a nice lineup of cars in this race. There's a whole range of things. Oop, 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 oop. I was admiring the cockpit. Look how chuffed BMW is that they've got an airbag in their steering wheel. I mean, in the defense, what, this is 1985? That's probably bloody futuristic. There was an article in the Auto magazine that I pick up every second or third month about this car. Apparently it's one of the first cars to ever use computer-aided design, CAD design. It's a pretty, like, futuristic car for the time. Oh, yeah? Actually, I feel like I read that in that article too, now that you mention it. I think they said that the V8 version was the one to go for if you were in the market for it. Yeah, the 840. Then again, now that I think about it, I do have a soft spot for the 50 engine, because I'm pretty sure that's the engine that was in James Bond's 7 series in Tomorrow Never Dies. Because he drove a 750 in that, and I don't think it was a V8, so maybe it was this engine. It's a handsome car with the headlights down. With the headlights up, I don't know. It's not quite as much of a looker. Okay, well, I figured out what we're doing after this then. Figured out what we're doing now. Anna, take me to the garage, please. Yeah, with the headlights popped up like that, I don't know. Doesn't look as nice. Now the real question is, are we taking this to A class, top of B class, or S1? Yeah, I mean, this is clearly where they got the idea for, like, the 4 Series and the BMW iX's grills from. They were like, look, we've got precedent.
Turn right. 100 meters. Turn sharp left.
I quite like the silhouette of the iX, like the shape of it. I think the back of it in particular looks quite nice. The front of it, though, not so much. Also, just the size of it, it is an incredibly large car.
Turn left.
I really quite like the tailgate of it specifically.
Arrived at your destination.
So apparently it's quite weird because it's got... The tailgate has the brake lights on it. So when you lift it up, those tail lights would be facing the roof. But because of a rule in America, they have to have secondary tail lights underneath that. Because you have to have tail lights that work even when you've got the roof, the door open. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. A bit venti for my liking. I think we can make that work. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's get the diesel in. Let's get some towing capacity. Yeah, it does. I don't know why they did it that way. Like, there must have been a way to avoid that, right? What bonnet options do we have? Oh. Don't mind if I do have a few vents there. That's kind of classy. That one. Yeah. It's not in the Kona that was added in, but the current generation Kona, light bar front and back, oh, there's still my beating heart. Hyundai, you shouldn't have. You've treated me. What are the new rims in here? Yes, those are nice. The there's a car, a Hyundai. It's a van in Australia called the Staria, at least. That's what it's called in Australia. And it's got the like a full width light bar at the front, and it's got those kind of the Ioniq 5's large pixel tail lights, but as like a vertical, like a Volvo wagon, tall on each side of the door. Which is the most 8 series? Probably that one. He says, knowing not what an 8 series would really look like. Oh, hold on. Race. Dodge Durango, okay. Lexus also does quite a nice full width tail light bar as well now on their newer models. Let's go 7-speed because that slightly increases the acceleration. Yeah, I have too. I think I've mentioned before, I just really like full width lights. That's just design goals for the car. Maybe if we do weight reduction, we can get to the top of A. Ooh, a little bit too far. I wonder. Doesn't really affect the handling though. I was gonna say if it did, maybe we like account for that and change things around. I think we're doing pretty well with what we've got. On the flywheel, we could do the oil and cooling that we never really do. Look, we're only 5 off the top. Make the front tires a bit wider. No, we couldn't actually. This'll do. I've always had trouble with the kind of fittings on automation, like trying to choose them. So I often go for the light bars just because it's like an easy answer. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do this. I think that blue's quite nice. The green's quite good too, but I think the blue is a bit better. Get that Jow Racing signature. It does add class, very much so. And I think it still looks quite futuristic as well. I think we're still very much, like, cars are still very much 2 headlights, 1 on each side. Look at those hips on this bad boy. Let's get some tuning going on. You can turn those tires down quite a bit, actually. Nope. Let's go that way a bit. Really? That is surprising. Because I often think of them as a very recent innovation. Like, I feel like the first one that I can think of with that kind of setup is probably the, like, 2000s Honda Civic, where it had that full width light thing on the front. Let's just have a quick squiz. Oh yeah, so it does. Then again, I find American taillights very weird because they don't really do indicators over there. They just flash one of the brake lights. Damn, this car even sounds good. Yeah, I mean, it almost certainly doesn't help, I imagine. It was definitely weird to see when we went to the States, my family. It's not something that, you know, is talked about for obvious reasons. Why would it be? But it is unusual. It's definitely different from everywhere else. I can see from like a car maker's standpoint, it might be cheaper. You don't have to have like an orange section. Yeah, I forgot about that too. They're a funny bunch over there. Oh, it's a white leather interior. Or cream leather. Interesting. Sorry. I was admiring my interior. Speaking of indicators, one of my tail lights has unfortunately gone out. My brother told me today when I was helping him move a dryer.
You have arrived early.
So I'm going to have to rectify that.
Will begin soon.
Yes. I do quite like those as well. I particularly like I think it's the RS, or like the Audi A7, which had like an animated Like the tail lights would animate when you unlock the car. Like a kind of welcome or a boot up sequence kind of thing.
Turn left. Turn left.
Sorry.
You have arrived at your destination.
What a shame we can't drive this car. What a shame. Let's hop in the Bug-Eye Impreza. The OG, in my perspective. This is the WRX STI for your boy. Oh, I feel like we've done a version of this course before. I remember these kind of weird mega structure kind of sculptural things. Michelin Men? Like on light covers kind of thing, or? Maybe it's not the one we played before, but it's very similar. Oh, this is very Trackmania though. I do appreciate that. Ooh, perfect. Oh, really? Okay. How large are they? Like, is it something that you'd have to be quite close to the truck to see, or could you kind of distinguish them from a bit of a distance? Oh, I thought I could drive through that. Maybe this is the one we played, or it's like it's a sequel to it? Because I feel like I remember these flowery pillars of sorts. Okay, interesting. I'd love to know the story behind the Michelin Man. Like why some guy back in, you know, the 1900s was like, this is going to help us sell tires, guys. Monsieur Baden-Boom. No, Baden-Boom. Baden-Boom? Baden-Boom? Monsieur Baden-Boom. I'm probably pronouncing all of that incorrectly. Luckily, it is unlikely there was a Frenchman watching. Of course, now knowing that they're French, it does make a lot of sense that the Michelin star is about restaurants and stuff. Hell yeah. And can you get them in real life, or are they just like a... I'll check that out. Once I get across the finish line. Very cool. I guess that's just a photo location over there. Perfect. Would it be too big, do you think, to use as like a hood ornament? Put it on the bonnet? Ah, beans. That's a shame. We could give the flying ecstasy a run for the money and have the flying Michelin man. Try how nice that car is to drive. Alright, let's check this out. Oh yeah, that is big. Okay. I should put one of those on the roof of my accent. My Hyundai accent. Speaking of which, we should have a look at the Kona. Get that rally vibe going? Hell yeah. I'll get that. I'll get some enormous mud flaps. Clap them on the sides. What else? Oh, I'll get some fog lamps, like a rack of fog lamps, like that Subaru had on the bonnet. Ooh, that sounds nice. Ah, that's classic. I've always felt, I'll be honest, I've always felt a little bit sorry for those teddy bears. Like, man, you deserve better than that. Because they always look so abused as well. There's definitely, I feel like there's a truck. I don't think I'm imagining this. There's a truck near me or around my area that has a Woody and Buzz hanging off the back of it. Yeah, they've definitely got they've definitely got a 1,000-yard stare. If a bear can have such a thing, that's what that has. You had to be there, man.
In 400 meters, turn left. Turn left.
Hey guys, what do you think of the festival? Pretty cool, huh?
You have arrived at your destination.
It's a shame that they don't have the newest Hyundai Kona N, but I don't think it's been released yet, unfortunately. Oh yeah, absolutely they do. You know, because they've got literal years of grime on them. Also, it's got sports tires already. Interesting. Unfortunately, we can only get the rally wheels, which sucks. And the weight displacement is significantly towards the front. So I don't think making it rear-wheel drive would really be super beneficial. I wonder if we did that. And if we come in here... That's a good point. Maybe they're worried about being sued by Nintendo. I mean, that does rectify it quite significantly. Do that and that. Never really use brake tuning anyway, so it doesn't matter. A Pokemon on the front, or this car in particular? I would definitely not say no to an N Hyundai. No way, Jose. They are nice cars, as I've said before. I'm just trying to think. Do I want to do the this one in particular? I don't know. I think I prefer the one that's coming in the in the future, the i30N, the hatchback. But I definitely wouldn't say no to this one. Because it is basically the same car, just a little bit taller. They've got a lovely, like duck egg blue for that's the N color. I could definitely come at a car in that. Oh, you can fit a lot in the back of this car. Particularly if you can fold the seats flat. I imagine you can. The only issue in terms of, like go anywhere capability is its front wheel drive only, which I think is basically just because this is just a hot hatch on stilts. So that's a little bit of a downer. Like you wouldn't be able to necessarily take it with just supreme confidence to a campsite or whatever. Oh yeah, it's not, by no means is it like impossible to fix. But, you know, the more that doesn't need to be fixed, the better. Oh hell yeah, they've got the blue. Perfect. Change the paint color of the calipers and we're Dunskies. But no, it's I think I'd prefer specifically, hold on. What we'll do is I want to go online with that 850 CSI. We'll do a round of that, and then I'll have a look at a car online to close it out, as is kind of on and off tradition. Where are you? We painted you blue, gotta remember that. Just so I don't forget. Nice. Okay. Just file that away for after we go online. Oh, it just sounds so nice. So nice. Okay, let's find a lobby. I guess we go street racing, hey? A-class. The Kia Stinger, yeah. I'm actually surprised they didn't roll that out in this one. Because there seems to be a kind of... There's a definite Korean presence. Like, we've got 2 Hyundais, 3 Hyundais, because there's the Ioniq 6 as the kind of full update car that you unlock. So the Hyundai group is definitely making its presence known in this update. The Kia Stinger would have been a perfect addition to this game. Or even, I mean, personally, I would love if something like the Kia Picanto GT made an appearance. That would be pretty neat. How does it sound even better somehow? A glorious engine note this. Absolutely they do. That's partly why I'm kind of stoked that things like the Kona N and the Like & Co COHB or whatever it is. O2HB and the i30N. These smaller cars that you can just kind of chuck around and are just a little bit more real to me than this car is. Big fan of that. Though I would like it if they had slightly more customization to the Kona's engine. Not like a V8 necessarily, but you know. Oh, Suzuki Swift, forget about it. I would love to have a Suzuki Swift Sport in this game. I saw one when I was driving back from picking up the dryer, my brother. And I was like, why is that car not in this game? I mean, speaking of meme cars, why are things like the... Well, I guess thinking of meme cars, because I haven't spoken it yet. Why are things like the Brabus Smart for 2 not in this game? I mean, that's kind of like a modern Peel P50 right there. Yeah, the Aston Signet. That is an absolute meme car, because it's just hilarious that that actually existed in real life. It's hilarious that Aston Martin was like, print it. We're going to take the, what was it, the Toyota... Oh, no, you'd know better. Whatever the Toyota was called, and we're going to slap it an Aston Martin badge on the front. Done. GTR from 02. Ah, the Volkswagen Santana? Sonata? No, Santana, I think. And the Z4. Interesting mix of cars. Though I have heard that that Santana is pretty OP. Partly because it's got literally every engine swap under the sun available to it. Hot BMW and BMW action here. Z4 is getting a little bit boisterous. I hit the gear up button there, but just didn't take. I just feel it's appropriate for this car though, being street racing. I mean, in this getup, in this kind of condition that we see it in here, it looks like something that would be on the cover of, you know, Need for Speed Unbound or Underground 2 if it was released in 1990. Yeah, right? It's It definitely has that kind of Need for Speed tuning vibe to it, for sure. It is just an enjoyable car to drive, straight up. It's an enjoyable car to listen to. The game like 10 years earlier, that's 100% what he would have turned up in. And an 850. I don't think anyone with any respect would turn up in a DB7. Let's be honest with ourselves here. I was kind of shocked when I first saw the DB7 because I was like, oh, that's not great. Because the DB9 is such an all-time, like, classy looking car. The DB7 and to a lesser extent the Vanquish that's in like Die Another Day and what have you, just not as good looking by really any stretch. The DB11 has grown on me. I wasn't as big a fan of it when I first saw it. That Sonata or Santana is just so fast, my goodness. Yes, yes it is. It's a very nice looking car. It's a kind of unfair point to come out of Ghost just as you start braking. Yeah. Well, from what I've heard, the admittedly it's secondhand information. The Santana is in that version up there is exclusive to China. In the same way that the Nissan Suru is like a Mexico exclusive or a South American exclusive. Because it's actually, unsurprisingly, given the look of it, it's not a 2012 car. It's quite an old car that's just still being made. That sells like hotcakes. Oh yeah, I mean, as we've mentioned before, like literally any K car, for example, is Japanese exclusive. I think the difference there is, though, that the cars that are exclusive to Japan are made by Japanese companies. I think it's a bit more unusual when you've got things like, oh yeah, the Toyota Crown, of course. A bit more unusual when you've got car companies like Volkswagen, a German car company, with cars that are exclusive to China, not Germany. Famously, in fact. It's always a good day. It's not a regular day. It's always a good day when I see a Toyota Crown on the roads around these parts. It's like, hell yeah. That is a classy boy right there. I mean, we don't strictly get the crown here either. It's just that, I guess because of how close we are to Japan, it's a lot easier, obviously, to import. So people have imported the Crown. I've seen a Honda S600, the K coupe sports car thing. We've got a Honda. I've seen Honda Jazz hybrids or something like that, whatever it's called, a Honda Jazz hybrid that isn't available here, that people have imported as well. Let's do a full one, and then we'll go. I'll go to the internet. Yeah. There's been a lot of Japanese cars actually that I don't know why, but for whatever reason, a couple of months ago, for a while, Facebook Marketplace just figured that I wanted to buy a Japanese imported car. And they weren't entirely incorrect. I was at least interested. But your boy is not in the market for that kind of thing. Oh, wow, okay, that is quite the unicorn. That's not common in the slightest. I am definitely a little bit bummed out that the Celica is a front-wheel drive car. I feel like if they were really doing it properly, they would have... I would have, like, just basically made it into a coupe version of the MR2 to make it like a rear-engine, rear-wheel drive car. Yeah, the old school ones were rear-wheel drive, or I guess all-wheel drive, right? If they were the homologation version. Or was that... Is that just something I'm making up because I've always done that in Forza Horizon? Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm not making it up. What are you driving, sir? Countach. We might not win this one, gamers. That was bad. I was trying to figure out, do I want to go outside, inside, outside, inside? I just went into it. It's like that scene from Bob's Burgers where they're learning to drive the car and they just run into it. You have had good luck. Well, specifically, good luck for Toyotas as well. Yeah, exactly that. Oh. That's not going to help our time, is it? Get out of the way, Ranger. Yeah, right. It's pulling right in my way. Classical raptor behavior. Ooh, a sideways jump. Very nice. I mean, not terrible. Considering the race we had, 10 seconds behind is pretty good. We went off the road quite substantially. We ran into that raptor and sat behind it for almost 2 full seconds. Pretty good. Hell yeah, inadequate. Hell yeah. I won't tell if you don't tell. $20 grand. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. But then again, there might be a reason why it's 20 grand, right? Maybe the engine is a little bit busted. Well, yeah, that's it. That's assuming it's in good condition to begin with. At least with the 850, or like the different kind of classes, it should be relatively easy to tell. There's like, you know, the 850 will have 12 cylinders. So you could, it's not like you can get away too easily with up-badging it. 44,000 miles isn't a huge amount given the age of the car. Okay, we're doing a lot better at keeping up with this fall. Very weird username this guy has. Show MW you got. Show me what you got. Weird. Kind of like a vanity license plate where they're just kind of having to make do with the characters they've got. Oh yeah, what's Mum picking up, Shadow? Because she was a Range Rover Sport driver, if I remember correctly. Is it a new Range Rover Sport? Oh, a Mini Cooper S. That could be very nice. A very different type of car, though. Yeah, we just got slightly longer legs than that Lamborghini, it seems. Oh, definitely not. I mean, if nothing else, it probably weighs twice the size of the Mini. Twice as much as the Mini Cooper. So it's got to lug around all of that. And it's all-wheel drive. Well, probably not always all-wheel drive, because it's four-wheel drive, still. The one thing I don't like about the Minis is they don't have Android Auto on them. They're very much an Apple CarPlay kind of car, unfortunately. Yeah, that would drink like a stressed Irishman, I imagine. Did she go for the John Cooper or just a regular Mini Cooper S? Oh yeah, I mean, as we've learnt today with the Corvette, hard to replace. Just the standard Cooper S. I mean, you're still doing pretty well. Actually, this is a pretty important race. We're both on 36 points. This is the decider. I mean, that really is the Mini brand though, right? Fun to drive. Oh, it's a manual too. I was going to ask. But I almost felt like it was a silly question that it would be an automatic. Very interesting. Can't remember the name of the car now, but the station wagon ones in particular. The station wagon minis, the Mini... Oh, Countryman, the Mini something. Those ones are very interesting to me. Is it the Countryman? I thought the Countryman was the SUV. I might be wrong though. Caddyman or something like that? But I think if I had to buy a Mini, it would be one of those. Partly, as we've established, I've got a thing for estates or station wagons. Oh, that's a rough corner for show me what you got up front. Well done to that Lamborghini. Good duel. Clubman, that's what it was. Clubman. Is a classic. I've even grown to kind of tolerate the Mini Countryman, the SUV, a bit more in recent years. I'm not entirely certain why. I'm kind of divided on that. I think it feels a little bit too kind of, I don't know, trying a little bit too much, you know? Be like, hey, you'll never guess where we come from. The UK. In it. So this is So we were going to, as I said, well, that too, it's an English flying on a German car, right? As I said, we were going to just quickly have a look at the preferred Hyundai i30 that I would, or the preferred Hyundai that I'd go for. I think it'd be this one. There's something quite nice about the fastback, just about how it looks. Like, I just like that the boot, it's got quite a short sedan look to it, but it's still very much a sedan. It's still a sedan, but it's like, yeah. What am I trying to say? It's a hatchback and a sedan. They crashed and they had a kid. Actually, you're right. It would look quite good with a body kit. The only other one that I could very much come at, Hyundai Sonata 2023 N-Line. So this is the previous model. There we go. That's the one. So it's got the full width light bar at the front. I think it's got 213 kilowatts to the front wheels only. So it's, I believe as the car magazine that I read described it, it has character, which is a diplomatic way of saying it's a little bit hard to control. Hyundai i30N fastback wide body. It's not a fastback, but it is a wide body. Not a huge wide body, but it is wider. What about body kit? Oh, it's got like some fins, I guess, on the sides there. Yeah, I heard that. I've heard that they're hidden away. Oh, well, that's good to know. I'll file that, make a note of that in the old head. File that away. I mean, you clearly play by no one's rules but your own. Inadequate. Like you, I am also known to turn up in Twitch chats when I am not meant to be able to turn up into Twitch chats. Because I play by no one's rules but my own until I get in trouble about it. And then I do my best to play by the people's rules, so I don't get in trouble again. Because I do not enjoy getting in trouble. Now, gamers. It is Saturday here. Very excited. Because I'm still not sure. I think I'm not going to set a alarm tomorrow. I think I'm just going to wing it. So if you could stick around for just a little bit, we're going to raid on out. I'll send you feral individuals off to a friend or soon-to-be friend, hopefully. And then we'll probably meet again on Monday, I think, is the next time I can do it, unfortunately. There's going to be a very busy week next week. Not looking forward to that, but is what it is. You guys have a good one. I hope you, feel better, get better. I think we'll... Can I raid Zephora? I can raid Zephora. Excellent. Let's raid Zephora. I've been wanting to raid her for a while. She's playing Alan Wake Remastered. As some of you will know, that is quite literally one of my favorite games. Not the remastered part, the Alan Wake part. In the meantime, check me out on the old socials over here. Check me out on Twitter, Blue Sky, or Threads to keep up to date with the stream. or Instagram, TikTok, or Vod-mander YouTube channel for funnies if and when I get around to actually putting anything on there. Go to the commanderjow.card to see all of the above again. And jump in on the Discord to keep the talking going outside of this. I will post in the Blue Sky, the threads, the Twitter, and the Discord as to what's happening with regards to the stream next week. Or even tomorrow night if something happens and I'm able to stream. So keep an eye out there. If I do not see you again tomorrow night, have a good weekend. Use it well. Have fun. And I will see you on Monday night for a catch-up stream, because I don't think I'll be able to be streaming on Wednesday, Friday, or Saturday. Until then, cheerio. Let's go say hi to Sephora. All right. Bye-bye.
You're not keeping it.